Hello, hello. Hello. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? What's that on my... What are you? Is that just hair or is it like a mole or like a pimple? Muted? What do you mean muted? What? It's not muted. What? Stop trolling. Got me. Epic prank style. Epic pranker. Epic prankist. Water, so good. Ice cream, so good. Alright, let me just... Oh my god. Yo, me, thanks for following. Thank you. Alright, today, we do what has never been done before. And that is, we... film a video. We're going to film a video about runtime virtual textures. Wow. And then we might do some Prismatica stuff. I haven't been around for like a month. I don't know. A little while. I've been a bit busy. But I've been doing offline stuff. A lot of like Blender stuff. Blender's kind of... I don't know. Blender's kind of boring to stream, and like I do like an hour on and then like 2 hours off, you know? What is this thing on my face? Is that just like hair? It's just hair, isn't it? What's this stuff all over my face? What the fuck? What is it? What is this stuff all over my face? Don't forget to say we can ask UE5 questions. Yes, absolutely. 100% of the time, you're allowed to ask any Unreal 5 questions. Wool from the paddock, true. Actually, all the sheep got shorn like a couple of days ago, so they are all looking spiffy, nice and clean. Pure and good. Very clean sheep. Fuck, I should really shave all my hair off, shouldn't I? Why am I wearing this? This shirt makes me look buff. You know? And we're going to look at making working dynamic canal lock. Ooh, that works with buoyancy, and visuals. Maybe Syntrix that could help with such a thing. So by canal lock, you mean like a boat elevator, like two walls, and then the boat goes in, and then it drains the water out, and the boat lowers, and then the gate opens, and it swoosh. Yeah. That wouldn't be too hard, but. So far I have to make it totally custom? Yeah. So, when it comes to using, like, the Unreal Engine water system stuff, it's just trash. It's just not, like, I don't know. It's just not very user-friendly. Alright, that's Oh, I have to fucking... Okay, hold on. Let me just do my display settings real quick. We're gonna go small baby screen. Tiny little baby screen. Very good. We've got our music player. I need to... Prismatica game. Open up the project. You're back. Yeah, so I was just saying, like, the Unreal water system is kind of trash. You know, it just sucks. But what I do is, yeah, do like a custom buoyancy system using... It depends if you're using physics or if you just want it to be like, you know, kinematic. Oh, who's that? Oh, my love. Hello. What a good cat. Yo, swashbuckling fox. Hello, hello. Stay away from my cat. Actually, funny story about fox. Put your butt away. Funny story about foxes. This cat has actually chased off foxes before. I've seen like a fox. There was a fox around the other side of the house one time, and it was you know that things that scared dogs do, where they're like, and they like do the side eye. They're like, it was doing that, and she was just sitting there like, you know, like sphinxing it up, and yeah, it was quite funny. But anyway, how was the stream? What were you working on? Also, thanks everyone for the follows that just came in. You're just in time. I'm about to start... We're going to do like a live lesson on runtime virtual textures. Also, how's the music volume? It's quite loud for me, but... I might just turn it down. Turn my speakers down. Spookers. Loud music? Loud music, yee. Is it, okay, it is still a bit loud. Let me put it down to 10%. There we go. There we go. Working on an action RPG template, but spent the stream playing loading button with VS 20. Yeah, no, I've been there. That shit is not, it's just not it, you know? Visual Studio is just not it. Also, I need to move myself this way slightly. How's that look? Perfect. So let me just catch up on all of the chat. Physics is not easy. Maybe when I'll work on the shout out. It's the visual stuff. Okay. So you've got like your buoyancy system. What I'd be doing is, so because you've got the canal, and then you've got two gates that like, you know, essentially like intersect the water. I would do. There's a couple ways you could do it. I just like basically cut the water so that like in between the gates is its own plane or its own section of spline or whatever. And then you can literally just move it up and down in world space. And if you're doing like traces from your boats to see if they're in water, plus or minus the, you know, the wave effect or whatever, then they'll just work with the water going up and down. And so, visually, if you wanted it to... Well, no, I guess canal gates... Canal gates go from the bottom, don't they? So you don't really see any water, like, sloshing over. Like, they open from the bottom up. Am I just tripping balls? How do they... Or do they open at the bottom and then move down? I don't know. But yeah. That's how I'd go about doing it. The other thing you could do is use either like a render target or like a runtime virtual texture, funnily enough, to lower, like with well-positioned offset. But then you've got to have something on the CPU to reflect that, so you may as well just do it, moving the plane up and down. Yeah. So like essentially, here's just like test the PrismaticaDev level. Yeah, I mean, canals don't really have, like, turbulence and stuff, do they? You'd essentially just need to, yeah, have buoyancy, have the section that has the, what's it called? And then literally just move it up as the thing, you know, as the canal raises and lowers, or the gate raises and lowers. All right, let me keep catching up. Music's great, but there's an annoying voiceover that keeps asking about the music. True. Yeah, I'm trying to get it to shut up, you know. Virtual text is yes, please. Hell yeah. I've been working on a Norse Viking management game for a couple of weeks. Nice. Very nice. I'm always interested in, like, how people do kind of, you know, like, simulation games of, like, any description, whether it's, like, colony management or, like, social simulation or stuff like that. There was a game, I forget what the name of the game was, but there was a game that I remember seeing, like, a trailer for, and it was like a fully simulated city, and you were like a character, and it was called like Streets of something. I can't remember, but that looked pretty interesting. Kind of seemed like an open world, like, Sims game, but like, I don't know. Oh, hey, what's this? What's this thing? Streets of Rage? I don't think so, not quite. This might look familiar to anyone watching Jed's stream yesterday. The old Fresnel. Fresnel. Oh my god, can you get bigger, please? That was just with, yeah, RG. What is that title? It is what it is. No, this was the, like a kind of rounded edges effect that would, like, work on cubes and stuff. Just so it kind of looked like there was something inside. Like a gradient from the middle outwards. But yeah. Yeah, nice balls. Who up kicking they balls around? Right, is that all? Everything's aligned. Alright, we're pretty much good to film video. Oh my god, water physics. I love water physics. Oh my god, you got mist physics? Oh my god. Oh my god, grass physics? Whoa, this game has leaf physics? Oh my god. Whoa, this game has puddle physics? Oh my god. Everything's physics, you know. Brown source physics, though? You gotta get the brown source DLC for that. You know what I mean? Where can we donate to the stream? Oh, how can we donate to stream? You can't through YouTube, but you can through Twitch by subscribing or, like, gifting subscriptions. Or the most, like, cost-efficient way is to subscribe to the Patreon. Because Twitch is like a 50-50 cut. I think YouTube is as well, pretty much 50-50. If you've got, like, channel memberships and stuff. But Patreon is only, like, I think it's between 5 and 10% service fee. So Patreon, you can just, like, subscribe for a month to the Patreon if you want. But, I really need to, like, I don't know. Some people, like, come in here and, like, donate, like, 50 subs. And it's like, oh my god, like, that's, like, you know, that's, like, a lot of money. You know, there's some Oilers in the chat that I appreciate very much. But, you know, half of that money then goes to Twitch, and I only get half of it. Not like I only get half of it, but, you know. Although then everyone gets ad-free viewing. But yeah, I might set up, like, a one-time donation thing. Honestly surprised me YouTube didn't jump on making YouTube live streaming better. Twitch had a good stretch of time where people were looking for a better alternative that YouTube could have done. Yeah, absolutely. They just, like, sat on it for so long. It's, like, not too bad now. Like, it has its own... The main things were that live streams would clog up your channel page. Like, they'd act as though they were, like the rest of your videos. So... if I did a live stream and only, like, 1,000 people, you know, watched it after it was done, then the first thing on my homepage would be, you know, like a shit thumbnail of me, like, doing this with 1,000 views. And then it's like, well, you know, what kind of channel is this? Well, or, like, if you're live streaming constantly, it'd just be like, oh, yeah, this guy doesn't have any actual content. It's just live streams. But now they're in their own section, which is... good. And I think live streams are, like, a completely different recommendation algorithm to regular videos. So now content creators can actually, like... because it was almost like a... it was a negative thing to stream on YouTube. Because it would, like... and, like, it kind of still is. Like, every time I stream on YouTube, I lose, like, 5 subscribers. But they're, like... low value subscribers, because basically the way it works is, like, you've subscribed to, like, 1 million channels, and then, like, 2 years later you get, like, a notification saying, oh yeah, this channel's gone live, and you're like, who the fuck is that? Like, I don't even do GameDev anymore. And so you unsubscribe to them. So they're, like, people that weren't watching anyway. So I see, like, a lot of people kind of get iffy about streaming on YouTube. I know, like, Crimson was, I don't know, a bit, like, iffy about it. Because, yeah, like, whenever he would stream, he'd just, like, lose subscribers. But it's, like, the way I think about it is, like, you're pruning subscribers. Because one of the factors in, like, algorithmic, like, one of the statistics that you get shown on your homepage is, like, what percentage of people that are subscribed to you actually watched this video when it launched. So it obviously uses that as, like, you know, a metric somewhere in the algorithm. So by pruning your like subscribers to like people that are purely interested in what you're doing, you can boost that number up, and therefore it shows that like, yeah, this content is consistently interesting to the same niche of people and whatnot. Here, hop on the pillow. You want to sit on me? Why don't you sit there? Does my 9 still? Yeah, it does. Smell like the garden. Big chunky girl. You can multi-stream. Yeah. That was you could always multi-stream on YouTube, but you couldn't. Twitch didn't allow multi-streaming. But they did like a year ago, so that's why I was like, I may as well stream on YouTube as well. The other good thing about streaming on YouTube is that the VODs stay around forever. So, yeah. What's cat's name? This is Lady Cat. She's lady, she's cat. Why are you looking at me? Do you want some armpit action? This cat fucking loves armpits. Like, she'll goon over armpits. Like, she'll, like, latch on and, like, just headbutt like a lamb trying to get milk, you know? Yes, I know I'm stinky. Alright, sorry. We'll go easy on the cat content. Gives you 10 minutes all the time. Those streams are hard for me to tune into. They're a bit of a bad time for me. I'm usually working then. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the thing about YouTube is the VODs stick around forever. Whereas on Twitch, I think it's limited to like 2 weeks before they get culled. So, yeah. Still has a problem where a generalized only takes 2 minutes for the chat to show up. If I go force around the video, they minimize it, the chat will be gone and takes 2 minutes to pop back up. Right. Yeah, there's probably just heaps of like teething issues with the YouTube streaming and stuff. It's a bit like, it definitely needs work, but I think Twitch is still kind of the place to be. No offense to all you the YouTube virgins. Versus the Twitch gigachads. Why is Twitch gigachads yellow? Shouldn't that be Twitch colored? Set color purple. Twitch purple. Ooh, it's got a gradient. Nice. There you go. Can you give the kitty a kiss from me? Yes. Have to kiss her butt. Or her rump. Sorry, not her butt. She could change the UV color. True. All right, let's get started in here. How do I even want to do this though? I guess I'll go into the map with stuff in it. Season 2 will be sold. You heard it here first. Yeah, I mean maybe. It's a possibility. Let's just like, I don't know. What are you doing? Was that a... Ah, that was a... Let's just like sit over here for the example. Or maybe over here. Yeah, this is fine. Alright. Or we could like chill at the river. Delete this floating person. Alright. Copilot, hello, hello. Also, Puzzle, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Happy 26 months. Need to switch over to YouTube in the wrong category. Do you use height maps or any generations over Prismatic or just terrain tools? This terrain here... Oh, sorry, wrong fucking screen. This terrain here was just done using, like, stamps or just, like, textures. You know, to, like, paste down thingers. But I did dick around with... like some generation software, like I think it was Gaia or Gaia 2, which was like pretty. It was just the demo version, but it was pretty cool, and you can definitely get like a lot of good, like. Like data maps for the landscape. So like a hydration map or like a rainfall. So like you can see here, I've just made this like darker and the grass grows less where like the rain would, you know, go down. And you'd be able to do like flow maps and all that kind of stuff. So I'll probably use some generation software. Yeah, erosion maps and all that kind of stuff. So I'll probably use that. The only thing is that it kind of seems... I really like non-destructive workflows. And... you know, if I had like a big Gaia thing set up and whatever, but then I was like, oh, actually, like I kind of want to like move... I don't know, this mountain over here. But then I've already got, like, buildings on the mountain. Or I've already, like... If I've, like, sculpted... Like, if I've flattened some terrain or something... then, like, obviously that would get overwritten. Although you can use landscape layers. So I could do, like, a flatten layer. And then... I don't know. I still haven't figured all that shit out. That sounds more like a me in 2 years problem to really, like, nail. You know. But yeah, I haven't really looked in, or I haven't committed to anything so far. Lemons has erosion. Yeah, I did see that, actually. And he uses, like, particles to do it all, which was kind of cool. Does your plugin form with thousands of units will interact with the environment? Yes. On the CPU side of things, it's like runs really well, with, you know, thousands of units and whatnot. On the GPU side, it still runs really well, but I was working on a method to make it even more performant, using like a hash grid, so that to draw the shapes, it didn't have to draw over the entire simulation. It could just draw in one segment of it, and then accumulate all of them, and then put that into the simulation, which would be way cheaper in theory. But I don't know how well that would, like, parallelize and whatnot. So, yeah, I'd still need to test it. But it should work with thousands of interactors. And also keep in mind, anything that's outside of the simulation area, which is like 40 meters across by default, anything outside of that will turn itself off. And then only when it comes back into range, it will turn itself on. So, yeah, you could have like 100 million interactors, and they'd only, like, it turns itself on and off. Seven figured all that shit out, game developers anthem. True. Meadow, I am back. I am quite back. Someone was saying something about PCG. PCG can modify terrain, right? Could possibly try to build some erosion into that so it can be moved around and such. True. I mean, ideally, I'd just like an in-engine solution that, yeah, can just do, like, okay, here's, like, the height map and everything, you know, like, figure out where rain would, like, you know, where rain would channel and the direction that it would go and all that kind of stuff, but, yeah. Why am I off to the left? I swear I went. There we go. Alright, let's get filming. Is there any remains of tutorials floating around? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there's one. What's that? That's the parallax decals. Classic. Good times. Oh, they're gonna be funky. UE5 question, but you planning on playing Brighter Shores? I'll probably not play it on release, but I'll like, I will keep an eye on it, at the very least. I think the thing about RuneScape, or like old school RuneScape, is that, like, people don't play it because it's a good game. People play it because it's old school RuneScape, you know? And, like, I think, like, the Gower brothers sold the game, like, I don't know how many years ago. They haven't been a part of it for ages. Like, they created, like, RuneScape Classic, which was a bit of like a, you know, I don't know. RuneScape seems like an elaborate slot machine. RuneScape 3 does, for sure. Although I guess like, yeah, considering like the RNG drops without pity, It's got a bit of that. Great game, though. Great game. Alright, the ads should be done soon. Let me just get this chats off screen, because we're going to be like, hello and welcome back to another episode of PrismaticaDev Rants about stuff for an hour and a half, and you guys listen for some fucked up reason. What do you reckon, Lady Cat? Sounds good. But Epic Games are going making Unreal and all-in-one tool measures coming eventually? Yeah, probably. I mean, there's probably plugins that can do it already. Like, it's honestly not that hard. Just saying, I could probably do it myself by literally, yeah, like, just spawn, like, heaps of GPU particles and then draw their velocities or draw their directions to a render target using the Grid 2D stuff that I've literally, like, spent a year dicking with. So, it wouldn't be that hard. Or, like, for an erosion map, yeah, you just draw, like, the velocity to a render target, and then you apply that render target to the landscape height map, and then you just run iterations of that. So it wouldn't be too hard. So I really wouldn't be surprised if they were doing their own version. It's like, it's a blessing and a curse that Unreal sort of does everything. Because, I don't know, it's just... Fabi's been up on 3D now, going half of it's broken. I haven't even checked it out yet. I think I watched Crimson looking through it, and I don't know. It just seemed... It's very on brand for, you know, Epic Games. It's like half finished and needs attention, but probably won't receive the attention. It's like everything just gets started. Like they start everything, you know? Like, there's like a million different systems in the engine that are like, oh my god, that's such a good idea. Like, I'm gonna, like, implement that in my game. And then there's just never support for it, and it never gets finished. And then eventually it gets deprecated and replaced with another system that, you know, oh, this is meant to, like, replace this system that never got finished, and so we're going to give you this unfinished system, and, you know. Which is, like, you know, you obviously can't expect them to be perfect. And, like, there are priorities and shit. So the same about Unity? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing with engines, is that they need to get people invested in using the engines so that they can then release games and then make commission on the games. What if Sovereign Dev's Twitch channel was closed? He has no Discord, really curious. He just went full-time working. Like, he's a full-time, like, game dev at the moment. So I think he still does, like personal projects in his hobby time. But he's gone to the dark side of, like, you know, having a job. Imagine having a job. That's so cringe. I was supposed to get my UE Marketplace wish list. That's something they're supposed to get and send. Didn't find any wish list on my account, even though I have 30 plus. Ah, right. Yeah, I don't know. It's, I don't know. Game dev job. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's get started. Yeah, not a job. That's like cringe. Distracting you from recording a video? No. I'm here to entertain and I'm here to chat. If I wanted to get stuff done, I wouldn't stream, you know. I just figured when I think every video that I've recorded in the past like year or two I've done on stream just because it's kind of like, why not, you know? Because I essentially talk as though I'm streaming when I'm filming. But then you guys can also like pull me up on mistakes and ask questions that I hadn't thought of answering in the video, you know. If someone was like, oh, could you like use RVTs to like, I don't know, make characters' hair grow longer? I'd be like, you know what? You could do that. It's dumb as hell, but you could do that and that might like, you know, point me in another tangent to go down in the video. So. Yeah. One other thing I want to do is just turn the cellular shader off. Or no, cell shader instance. Cell shader on or off? It's off now. It's a bit bright. Why is it so bright? Yeah, that's fine. The fog's still there. Yeah. What is that? Oh god. This game's so ugly without cell shading. It just looks like everything's made of like painted cardboard. Weird. I also need a dump folder. Where's dump folder? Z-dump. We're gonna do new folder RVT video. RVTV. You're gonna die. And we are... Button. Alright. Quick test recording. 3, 2, 1. Hello, and welcome back to today we're gonna be talking about nothing. Alright, and then we go back and look at it. Space, YouTube footage, this one. Hello, and welcome back to today we're going to be talking about nothing. Quick, a little bit quiet. Hello. Oh no, it's not too bad. Why is it? Maybe I just need to talk louder. Are you guys, you guys can hear me all right? I wonder if like my compressor... No? Okay. Compressor 1, compressor 2... Limiter... Okay. If you guys think I sound fine, then I sound fine. Oh, I guess because I turned my volume down over there. Oh, and hold on, the music wasn't coming through. Quick test recording. 3, 2, 1. Hello, and welcome back to. Cool. Am I out of focus? Quick test recording. 3, 2, 1. Hello, and welcome back to. Welcome back. Hey guys, what's going on? Background music a bit distracting. Can try turn it down to like 5%. There we go. I could turn my system volume down. It's on 69. Oh, actually no, I don't think that affects what comes through to you guys. I don't know, it's whatever. It's whatever. Alright. Hello and Welcome back to another PrismaticaDev video. Today we're going to be talking about RVTs, also known as runtime virtual textures. Not to be confused with RTs, which are render targets, or VTs, which are virtual textures. This is R runtime V virtual T texture. So let's jump straight in to our scene. Now, what is an RVT used for? So what is an RVT? Well, an RVT, if I just jump into Paint real quick. That's Internet Explorer. What the fuck? How do I have Internet Explorer? Huh? Why did that? Am I back? Can you guys? Hello? Is it? Am I back? Hello? I'm back. What the fuck happened there? Huh? Huh? Let's see. Am I live on Twitch? Yes. I am. Although it says the session's only be going for 40 seconds. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It is a bit Halloween vibes, you know. Hey, when that happens. Alright, we're back. Alright, I paused the video. Okay. Alright. Alright, where was I? What is a runtime virtual texture? So, what is a runtime virtual texture? Well, a runtime virtual texture is essentially one big volume. So if we look up runtime virtual texture volume, and we're going to put down... What the fuck? Where is it? What the... Where are you? Am I not... Can you, like, not fucking... What are you doing, brother? Can you... What are you... Eh? Do you have to set the bounds align actor? What are you? Snap to these nuts. Scale... Oh, is it... Ah, it was just really small. So it's essentially a volume. We're going to scale this up to like 10,000. Why not? And anything in this volume is going to be interacting with the runtime virtual texture if it is assigned to do so. So we just chuck it down here. We're going to make a new runtime virtual texture by going to Material. No. We're going to make a new RVT by going into our content browser, right-clicking. We're going to go to Texture, and we're going to hit Runtime Virtual Texture. I'm going to call this RVT Video Testo. And in our volume, we need to set our RVT Video Testo as the RVT that is assigned to this volume. So this will essentially create, at runtime, funnily enough, a texture that is this big in this exact location. And if we go into our RVT settings, you can see that we can choose how many tiles, so how many tiles in width it is, and then the pixel size of... No, is it the... Size of the virtual texture in tiles, size of each... Yeah, so that's the resolution, not the size. It's dumb. Yeah. So this first one is the size of virtual texture in tiles, so how many pages or how many tiles there are in one direction. And then size of each virtual texture tile. This means the resolution of each tile. So if you're finding that everything looks a bit blurry, just pump both of these up and you're good to go. So, now, one other thing to keep in mind with these RVTs is that they kind of come with a few preset configurations. So by default, it will be base color, normal, roughness, and specular. However, you can, if you want to save memory, just have base color, normal, roughness, or just base color. Or if you need more accurate color, you can use the YCOCG. It's like a funny compression that, it's like a way that RGB is packed into multiple channels just so it compresses in a way that the colors, you get less banding, it looks better, but a bit more memory. And then there is the world height setting, which essentially stores one channel, but as I think 32-bit precision or maybe 16-bit precision. I'm really not sure, but it's precise. So, we are just going to go YCOCG, base color, normal, roughness, specular, mask. And we're going to hit save. So, if we grab a plane, this is how I like to debug my RVTs. We grab a plane, and we make a new material. This is called debug RVT testo. We're going to chuck that on the plane. And in the material, we will grab a runtime virtual texture sample. Now, this is going to be sampling a runtime virtual texture. We click this, we find the one that we made before, which is RVT video testo. This will usually correct itself based on the sample that you give it. Enable page table, adaptive page table. This is just if you've got really big worlds, then there's a setting in here, which is also in the runtime virtual texture, which is right here. Enable adaptive page table. That's if you've got extremely big worlds and it needs to kind of rebase itself. We're just going to leave that off for now. And what we will do is we'll just get the base color, and we will put that in the base color, and we will hit save. So now you can see we have this black plane, and it's super boring. So next up, we'll grab another object, and we're going to give it a different material. So this is called RVT writer testo. We're going to chuck that onto this sphere. And in this one, we are going to grab a runtime virtual texture output. And that means that when the RVT goes to essentially take a photo of everything that it needs, when the RVT goes to take a capture of everything that needs to appear on the RVT, it will be using this shader instead of this one. So you have one material graph, but it can essentially, it will compile a separate shader that gets used by the RVT. So if I just say, oh, I want to put in the color red to the RVT, but I want the sphere to be blue, or to use a texture, or to have some animated whoop-de-doo, then it will essentially compile two separate shaders for that material. Okay, so you can see that we've got our... So you can see we have our blue sphere, but it isn't drawing a red circle to our RVT. That is because each primitive that needs to draw to the RVT needs to be assigned. So if we go to runtime, draw in virtual textures, we go add element, and we're going to find our RT video tester. wow, we have a yellow circle being drawn from our blue circle. Whoop-de-doo. What can we do with that? Well, I'm glad that you asked. So, a bit of pop on close is not sure am I so being weird. I'll just move my pop filter out a tiny bit. That will get cut in the video. I usually like high pass and whatnot. My favorite shade of yellow. True. So what's going on with these cast shadows? It's so bad. There we go. Oh. Where was I? We're doing this, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah. All right. So I've got something drawing to the thing, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so what can we actually do with a runtime virtual texture, and what is the benefit of using a runtime virtual texture? Well, it's kind of in the name. So this is a texture that can update at runtime. So, for example, let's say like you had a bunch of buildings and you wanted those buildings to like hide the grass underneath them so that it didn't pop up through the floorboards. That would be something you can do with an RVT, because in... Where's my shit? Because in the Unreal Engine grass implementation, these don't have any logic attached to them, the landscape grass, because they're spawned at runtime and they only exist on the GPU. That's why you can't change the parameters and you can't get collision information or delete grass instances at runtime, because they're, you know, there's a pre-computed grass map and it will just spawn it, you know, as you go around, based on that. So one way around that is to use RVTs to essentially tell it where to disable grass. So an example of that would be if I had a grass mesh. Or grass meshes, I guess. Let's make them a bit bigger. And we'll just grab all of them and we'll just, I don't know, do this. And then, this is so, this is dodgy. Okay. And I need to give them a new texture, don't I? A new material. So. Blah, 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 blah. Give me all the grasses. This is tragic. There we go. Very realistic, exactly. So let's just say it's green. Really ugly-ass green. And we want to flatten... Do I have a squasher? Squash. No, squish? Priz, little squishy boy. PrismaticaDev. Foliage squisher. Okay. So, in... Oh, I didn't save that, did I? Is that not... Oh, it's fucking not two-sided. Yeah. And it probably needs to be emissive or some shit. Oh, no, that's fine. So here we have some really dodgy grass. And you can imagine if we had a... Let's just get a cube. It can be whatever mesh we want it to be. And let's just pretend this is like the floor of a building. And... Let's say you've got, like, crafting and building in your game, and you plop down a floor ready to, you know, make your house, and there's all this grass, and it's like, oh, Why is there grass coming through the floorboards? It's absolutely terrible. So what we could do is in our grass, here's one I prepared earlier. It's essentially just, you can just look at this if you want. It will essentially just squish all of the verts down to the pivot point in, you know, the Z dimension. But we can essentially say runtime virtual texture sample. Let's just get the base color. Mask RG. We're just going to mask R. We're going to put that into the squish mask, and then that will go into the world position offset. Did I not? Oh, I didn't. And we need to assign the correct thing to sample from. And now you can see wherever this red is, the grass gets squished down. So we just look at it while it's up here. Boom, grass disappears. And we haven't actually affected any logic. We haven't had to go into, like, you know, the back end of the whole fucking shebang-a-bang. And, you know, it just works. It just works. Now, you could apply a gradient by using, like, dummy textures or, like, dummy objects. So, let's say that this was the actual floor of our house. Let me just go to a different material. Yeah, good enough. So let's say that this is the floor of the house. What we could do is, along with our floor, we could spawn a dummy object that draws to the RVT, but it doesn't appear in the main pass. So if we go to our settings, there is a runtime. No, there is a virtual texture. And it says draw in main pass. You can switch this to never. So it will never draw in our camera, but it will always draw to the RVT. Obviously, we can see it when we're selecting it, but if we press G to go into game preview, then it will disappear. So what we could do is spawn in something a little bit bigger than the floor. And we could then say to the output, let's just get like a... we could do a bit of math. We could just get our linear gradient in XY. We could apply sine with a period of 2 to each of them. And then we could max them together or min them. Yeah, choose the lesser value. So we could do that. Chuck that into the base color. We should be left with like a square-looking gradient of some sort. Yeah, it's you know, it's not terrible. So let's just put that into the base color, into all, you know, the RGB and A channels. And we'll have to use like the regular cube, because this cube is UV'd very funkily. Or we could use a plane. Plane is probably cheaper. There we go. And now you can see the grass has a gradual fall off where this is being drawn, which is super cool. Now, one thing that you might notice, if you had multiple of these planes, they would be kind of overlapping really funkily. And, you know, you get like this weird edging going on. There's one for you zoomers out there. And the way we can alleviate that is we can just draw just a flat color to the RVT. But then we can use this into the opacity. And that will actually, like, additively, you know, add them together, essentially. So imagine that black is the default color, and then we're like printing these things to it with like actual opacity over top of one another. There we go. Very cool. So, you probably might... Actually, let me do another thinger. So, you might be thinking, okay, well, like, this is cool. Like, we can, like, trample the grass down. Why don't we do, like, a footprint system like this? And to that, I say, stop right there, criminal scum. Because runtime virtual textures, despite what some people may use them for or make tutorials about, you know, some cool effects like snow trails and all that kind of stuff, RVTs are not supposed to be constantly updated. And there's a few reasons why. So the first is that RVTs are not additive. So, for example, if you were using render targets to, you know, do some, like, footprints, kind of like my PrismaticaDev plugin, I'll chuck a bit of footage in here, whatever. You get the point. All it's doing is we have a texture and we add a shape to it. Whereas with runtime virtual textures, whereas with runtime virtual textures, when you move something, it's impossible to create a trail of that thing unless you keep spawning more and more of it. So the first problem is that you're constantly spawning new primitives, which can just balloon out of control and, you know, cause performance issues. The second thing, and kind of the main thing, is that every time any of the RVT pages get updated, it has to redraw everything to that page. So if I move this slightly to the left, it has to redraw everything that is drawing to, you know, this RVT. Which, if you're doing, like, complex landscape materials and offloading that to an RVT, plus you're doing some, you know, grass culling, and maybe you've got, like, your river flow maps, you know, blending between lakes and rivers using RVTs like I am. Oh, there you go. Or you might be using RVTs to render flow maps, so your rivers can all blend together and speed up and slow down and whatnot. If anything gets added or moved around the RVT, all of that stuff has to get updated. And that can cause hitching, it can cause, you know, just general performance issues, it can cause memory overload and all that kind of bad stuff. So the rule of thumb is that RVTs are there to essentially trade performance for memory. It's like you're offloading performance stuff into memory because you're doing this one big operation. You know, we've drawn this texture, heavy operation, but then it just exists in memory as a texture and gets sampled as a texture in other materials. Whether that's for world position offset or you're just trying to inherit color and all that kind of stuff. Isn't that true for render target? It depends on the implementation of the render target. So with a render target, it can just be a texture and then I can add a red square to it, but it doesn't have to redraw. It doesn't have to re-add all of these other squares because they already just exist in the render target. The benefit of RVTs over render targets in that case is that you can just delete things and, you know, you don't have to, like, subtract the exact amount from that same location and whatnot like you would with a render target. Unless you redrew the entire render target. So, yeah. All right, let me gather my thoughts for a second and have a sip. Have a little sip. The actual use this for exact thing I'm working on. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Edging my RVT planes. It's a zirconia gradient. There you go. Right, where are we going now? Talked about one of the uses. Okay. So, what actually causes an RVT tile to update and refresh itself? One of the main things is just if something moves. So, if something moves, then bam. That whole tile that thing moved in has to completely refresh itself. So, if you had something like moving over multiple tiles and stuff, it kind of causes a bit of chaos. And if we actually go to stat GPU, we go to stat GPU, you can see virtual texture update is currently at 0.01 millisecond. That's just its kind of like idle performance cost, which is just, I guess, running the checker, you know, has anything moved, you know, undirty everything, and blah, blah, blah. If I start moving this around, you can see that virtual texture appears. Where'd it go? Okay, it's gone now. But virtual texture update also, like, jumped up a bit. And keep in mind that this is extreme. Yeah, you can see virtual texture 0.04. No, 0.4 milliseconds. And that's because I'm updating, like, heaps of different tiles constantly. And then when I stop, you can see that it just goes back down to 0 because it's finished doing everything, it's rendered its textures, and now it's good to go. So this is why doing footprints and moving things on an RVT can be a little bit of a hog. As well as, like, if you're doing trails with it, you know, it has to redraw all of these every time, so it does actually scale exponentially. It gets more and more expensive as you add more things to it. But for something like, you know, plopping down a house and you want to get rid of grass around it, or for something like the landscape where your landscape material is really heavy, and so what you might want to do is just get all of that blending and all of that crazy texture sampling and whatever, you can just chuck that into an RVT, and then it can then sample that RVT as though it's just a texture. Let me stat them. The other thing that will cause an RVT to update is... Oop. The other thing that can cause... Oh, fuck you, dog. Where are you? There we go. The other thing that... There we go. Another thing that causes RVTs to update is when a parameter changes in the material. So, for example, if I just had, like, I don't know, just add this tiny parameter thing to, I don't know, the base color that we're sending through. So if we change a parameter, it will force the RVT to update. You can see a little bit of, like, weird flickering here as I do that. That's just it, you know, doing its mipping and then rendering the highest quality one and whatnot. So parameter changes will force an update. However, collection parameter, you know, global material parameter collection parameters, they won't cause an update. And this is where a lot of people run into some issues that they think is a bug, but it's technically not. I mean, there's no way. I mean, I guess there is technically a way for a material to like receive a delegate. It doesn't fucking matter. So if I had a, I don't know, wind intensity hooked up into here, and that was causing this to, you know, change color, you can see when the shader compiled, it's drawn it, you know, to be white. But if I actually go to my weather parameters and change my wind value to be 0, you can see that this doesn't change. Or maybe I'll do it to 0.3, just as an example. This hasn't changed, but then if I recompile this shader, I'd need to move something for it to do that. Recompile the shader, then it will apply that collection parameter doodad. Now this, some people will use material parameter collections to do things like change the color of their grass, you know, through seasons in their game. And if their grass meshes are inheriting their color from the landscape underneath, the grass won't receive that update, if that makes sense. So you can run into problems, which we might be able to see here. If the wind intensity, let's just put it back up to 1, and then we change... Where are those planes gone? Where are the planes? Plane? What were they called? Can you like... Were they... Okay, there we go. Sphere. Okay. Then if we move this, then you can see that only this tile, since this tile has updated, it's now using the new wind intensity parameter. So if I put this back down to like 0.2 and, you know, move this around, it'll like update that one, and then it will update this one. So it's just a big nightmare because, you know, you'll find that your grass is like different colors as the seasons progress, because like if you move over here and it will update these tiles, and it might discard, you know, the higher resolution versions over here, and then when you move back here it might update some of them. You can also get kind of glitches, which I think you can see here, where this resolution, this MIP level, is one value, but as we zoom out, you can then see a different value in a different MIP level, and then it disappears again. So you get this weird, like, phasing and shifting and stuff, which is not very good. Another thing to avoid in RVT is animated material effects. So if we had like a texture and it was like the Yeeto mosquito texture, and we had that plugged into a panner, panner, and we'll put that into the base color and also into the base color up here, just so we can see what it's doing. You can see that we've drawn my face here. It should be... Oh, I didn't put speed into the panner. Speed 01, I guess. Alright, so you can see that this is panning. However, the texture down here is not. But as I move this... What the fuck? Why are you not... Does it use time 0? Oh. Well, anyway. you can see here that this isn't moving because it's just printing a texture. I'm pretty sure the reason that it isn't printing the current, you know, pan of it is that it uses time 0 in the RVT. I can maybe confirm that if I do time, add time to text coords, chuck that in there. Yeah, okay. So the RVT must use time 0 when it, you know, does its shaders and stuff, which I guess is, like, helpful, but again, animated effects aren't going to appear here. Can that just, like, stop? Oh my god. Yo, I'm getting sucked in. Yeah, can we get some balls in the chat? All right, what else? Actually, let me just go to weather and turn the wind back to 3 or whatever is that. I think that's all of the pitfalls for RVT, or the common pitfalls. Yawning girl. Like listening to me do videos. Cat Pepper breaking back, gather your thoughts. Yeah, exactly. Well deserved, I think. I'm working hard. You guys have no idea what it takes to be a small streamer. I wake up at 4 p.m. and then think about streaming, and then 2 hours later I go back to bed. It's a hard life. It's a hard life. Isn't it? So beautiful. Alright, let me just kill whatever this is. Whenever I watch you stream, I get bombarded with ads to join the military. What you got cooking? Oh my god. That's classified, soldier. That's classified information, soldier. Do you think something like my comment above could be achieved with the PrismaticaDev interaction plugin? About the creature that kills everything. You could... Does it need to... It needs to leave a trail, right? Like it moves around and it leaves like a radius and it leaves a trail behind it of all the dead stuff. But you'd probably want that trail to be persistent, not just like a short-term effect, which is what Prismatiscape... Prismatiscape's designed for like short-term, non-gameplay effects. But Look up Chris Zuko's video about Grid 2D. Foliage behind it will come back to life. Ah, okay. You could use the plugin for it, but it might be a little bit overkill. But if you were using the plugin anyway for like the grass and the wind and all that interaction stuff anyway, then it would be more performant to just create a new like pass and implement it in there. But you'd need to kind of know how Grid 2D works a bit. But I'd be able to run you through it pretty easily. Or you could just use, like, one of the existing, you know, like the capsule, the pusher, the bush pusher. But yeah, you definitely could. Yeah. Could I see a tutorial on render targets from you? That's on the cards. That is on the cards. $100%. Alright, what the... So what did I just talk about? I talked about the common pitfalls and stuff of render target. Okay. Now, one thing that I don't see talked about really often is just using, like, an absolute shit ton of RVTs, as in, like, separate RVTs. So a lot of people kind of become, not pedantic, but a lot of people will try and pack all of their information into one RVT using all of the, you know, the other channels. So, for example, where the fuck are we? Yeah. For example, using the roughness and the specular channels if they're not in use, or the mask channel, or the normal and the base color, you know, for like a bunch of different things. But in reality, you can literally just get another volume. Just, you know, duplicate volume and set a different, you know, runtime virtual texture to that volume. And the benefit of this is that you can essentially... How do I put this? The benefit of this is that you can sort of isolate a bunch of effects by only And the benefit of this is that you can get, you know, way more channels and way more data, and you can actually group that data, you know, where it is needed. So, for example, I have an RVT completely dedicated to just water stuff. So I print the height of the water to the world height of my water data RVT. I print the flow direction RG in world space to the RG color channels. I use like specularity and all that kind of stuff for like, you know, whether it's ocean or rivers or lakes, you know, to do like shore waves and stuff. And so all of that is just water related. And, you know, if something needs to interact with the water, then it only has to draw to the water RVT. Now, keep in mind, in the material side of things, like the material output, you don't get to decide, draw this base color in this RVT, but a different color in another RVT. Everything only gets one RVT shader or version of the shader, you know, that's compiled alongside the actual shader. If you did want to draw one object to two different RVTs doing different things, you would have to make a duplicate of the object and assign it the other, you know, RVT thingamajig. But this way you can sort of choose, you know, multiple... But this way you can choose... But this way you can, you know, sort of separate like some of that performance cost of updating the texture. So if you were really set on having something that like gets updated more frequently, for example, like, I don't know, if you were using footprints or like blood splatters or like something that I wouldn't really recommend, but you like were set on doing it that way, the least you could do is do it in another RVT that's only doing that stuff, maybe at a lower resolution or something, so that every time you update it, it doesn't need to redraw your complex landscape material and a bunch of other things that might be drawing to RVTs. The other reason you might want multiple RVTs, I'm just going to use another example for me, is... Another example, you might want to use multiple sets of RVTs, is to like compare height against different things. So, for example, we know in the water RVT what the height of the water is, and we also know the height of the landscape in the landscape data RVT that I have set up. Therefore, we can do things like... I'll have to go into the fucking Prismatic doodad. Where is the map? Map? Example... Oh, it's right here. And so, for example, we can... Wait, where the fuck is the... Give me the... Where are you? Are you in there? There you are, you piece of shit. So, for example, we can make the, you know, the land near water, you know, get, like, appear wet, and, like, darkened and all that kind of stuff. I also use it in... I also use it in my plugin to, like, sense where interaction is occurring. So, like, you know, if we're in the water versus just, like, on top of the water. Or if we're, like, deep underneath the water, we don't want to be... Or if we're, like, deep underneath the water, we don't want to be drawing interaction, you know, on the surface. So... Basically, anytime another material needs to know something about any other material or any other object, RVTs are one of the most performant ways to actually achieve that. So, speaking of needing to know things about other objects and stuff, one of the most common ways to implement RVTs is to blend things in to the landscape. So, for example, let's just go back to Prismatica land. Here we go. Guess mesh complexity impacts performance on drawing to RVT akin to drawing in the main class? Yes. Yeah, it does have to render the entire, like, the whole object. All right, so we're back. All right, so we're back in our little Nightmare Fuel RVT scenario. What I'm going to do is show you like a common method used in landscapes. This will be an extremely simplified version. Let's just grab a texture. We'll go like rocky ground 01, whatever. Text coords. I don't know, lots of tiling. 20, 20. Maybe less than that. Maybe like 5, 5. And let's just say this is like the color output of your like entire landscape material. What we can do is do a runtime virtual texture output. And I'm just going to put this into a 3, or maybe just a 2 lerp. Just because this is a color mask. And I'm going to just make this like dirt colored, I guess. Dirt and rock colored. I don't know which one's dirt and which one's rocks. You know, it can be grass and dirt colored. I don't fucking know. Oh, and then obviously I need to plug that in. Duh. Alright, they're around the wrong way. I'm silly. Also, I really need to pee. Is it okay if I pee? Is that allowed? You know what? I might pee. BRB. Hello, I'm back. I hate the new fab. I think that's a very common consensus, I believe. Let me just adjust this. I think we will do like rock and dirt. Ooh, pardon me. Maybe I could do a big rock or something. All right, everyone's back. Cool. So let's say this is our landscape. Inside here, we might have a bunch of like really complex logic going on. What we can do is instead of plugging all of this complex logic straight into the instead of plugging all this complex logic straight into the base color output, which gets drawn in the main pass, what we could do is offload it to the base color of an RVT and then sample that RVT into the base pass, or the main pass, sorry. So if I just hit save, now you'll see that this is black, but that's because I haven't assigned our landscape, in this case, to our runtime virtual texture. So we're going to go to the RVT testo, RVT video testo, bam. And now you can see that it is outputting to this RVT. You can see just in the tiny little thumbnail down here. And if we actually look at the shader complexity, then you can see that it's at least different in this case. It will probably be slightly darker than if it wasn't there. So if we were just going directly into the base color. But that's because RVTs have a slightly more expensive overhead than a regular texture, because it has to unpack, which tiles and all that kind of stuff. But the shader complexity won't change as you add more complex things and more layers to your landscape. Also, just instruction count in general, not a good way to, figure out whether something's expensive or not. You'll be able to tell with, memory usage and frames per second, or, render time, metrics and whatnot. But you can imagine that if I was doing a bunch of landscape stuff that was putting it, into the red, really complex stuff, then this would still end up being cheaper. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that... Where's the dump RVT video? One thing to keep in mind is that if the RVT is really low resolution, then the result will be, well, you guessed it, low resolution. Who would have guessed? So if you're doing stuff like just data, for example, my water data stuff doesn't need to be very high resolution, then I can kind of back off on the settings. But if you're doing something, for example, your landscape, then you probably want to just adjust these until it's so sharp that you can't really tell that there's a difference in fidelity. So I think we'll just leave it at like that for now. This is a very... the other thing is that this area that we're drawing to is very small, so it means that it has a higher density. So we'll just forget about that for now. All right, so we're offloading our base color to our RVT. The other thing we could do is get our normals. So you might have a separate normal. So you might have a separate normal texture, but I just pack them all into here. I'm going to put that into the normals. And then the other thing that we might do is get the world position in the Z-axis and put that into the world height. We'll click save. And then in our same thing, we'll want to get the normals out of here, put them into there. And now you can see that we have normals. Wow, look at those. Look at those normals. You might notice that... Actually, no, that would work fine. Yeah. Let me just make another. So I'm going to make just a debug plane up here, which is going to just have another material, which we're going to use to debug some stuff. First of all, we need to unassign this from the RVT, because we don't actually want it drawing anywhere. We just want to be looking at things. Runtime virtual texture sample. I'm going to grab the normals and put them into the base color, because this is important. What the fuck? Ah, I didn't specify an RVT to read from. Classic me. All right. So now you can see that these are the normals that are being drawn to, you know, the RVT, essentially. But you'll notice that if I rotate this, the normals don't change. And that can be a bit of a problem, because if we actually look at the normal buffer... Where the fuck are you? You can see that the normals are, you know, turning purple towards red, and, you know, if we go that way, they turn green, and all that kind of stuff. But in our debug, it's staying the exact same color. Now, that's because the things that you put into the normals of the RVT, you need to actually write it in world space. So if we go back to here, before we go into the normals, we just want to transform, and we want to transform from tangent to world space. Put that into the normals, and then if we hit OK, then you can see if we start rotating this, it will actually change the normals, you know, to reflect how they're actually supposed to be. However, you will notice that now the ones that we're sampling on our landscape are incorrect. It will be going... It'll essentially be like doubling it up in a weird way. So what we do need to do is, on the other end, we need to transform it back from world space to tangent space. Unless, however, you were using tangent space normals turned off in your material for whatever reason. But it's who uses that anyway, you know? It's very niche. If you're using that, you probably know what you're doing. So now that we're turning this back into world space, you can see that it is good now. So everything is fantastic. We can rotate it. We can do all the things. Everything is nice. Now, one of the benefits of this being... Oh, yeah. Hold on. So if we got this mesh, and we actually just changed this to be like... do I have like a mountain mesh? That's quite large. Holy shite balls. Can I just scale you to like 1, 1, and 1? Right. And then just a bit smaller. And then a bit flatter. Okay. So you can see now, because we're transforming to world space, the actual like mesh normals get written into here as well. And that can be extremely beneficial for the next thing that we're going to talk about. So if I had another mesh, for example, like a rock or a cliff. Any cliffs? What do we got here? Where are you? That's a slab cliff. Here we go. First thing we're going to want to do is undraw that. Cool. Okay, so let me do a new material. What cliff is this called? This is Cliff 01. Cliff that's the wrong one. It's Quarry Cliff 01. There we are. Does that need to be unpacked? Yes. Unpack. No. Bam. We'll just make it a grey color. Bam. Sweet. Okay. Let me just start a new clip. Oh, also, this isn't... no, this is casting shadows, yeah. It's like X-ray. It kind of is. Alright. So, let's say we have a cliff. This is a very fantastic looking cliff, courtesy of Quixel Megascans, blah, 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 the Quarry Pack. Get your hands on it while you can. What we can do is we can get runtime virtual texture sample, and we can use the world height. So remember from our landscape, we were putting in the Z world position into the world height. This is where this is going to come in handy. We are going to world height, subtract the world position of our cliff mesh, and then divide by whatever our gradient wants to be, maybe 50 units. I'm just going to put this into the base color so we can debug it. And go into unlit mode. One thing I failed to do was to actually, again, I've done this like 50 times now, to actually like choose which one to sample, because I'm really dumb. So you can... Hello? Very cliff, new material, da-da-da. Am I just dumb, or like what's the go? Run time video tester. Yeah. Oh, I forgot. So with using world height, we have to actually create a different virtual texture. It doesn't just get stored in the existing one. So let's just duplicate this, go into this one. We're going to change this to world height. It can have a different resolution and whatnot, but you probably want to keep it the same. Maybe in the future. There's a few things I want them to add, but I'll talk about it at the end of the video. And so we have this height map one now. Video testo 1. We go to our landscape and we say, hey, I want you to draw to video testo 1, which is our height map one. And then in our cliff, and then in our cliff material, we're going to use the video testo 1, which has the world height in it. We're going to use that to... So we're going to sample our height map, and we're going to get the world position Z coordinates of our cliff, or of our material, and we're going to subtract the world height in the texture, and then divide that by a number, which will create like a smoother gradient. And as you can suck my balls... Have I just not compiled it, maybe? Excuse me. You're naughty. Ah, did I? Yeah, maybe I didn't. Just... What the fuck? Why is this not... New material. Your world position. Don't tell me you have to actually put the fucking... you into there. That would just be dumb. you being sooky? Why does the height need to be different RVT so there's other tutorials? Because it's a separate compression method. So it'd be nice if it just would pack it in with the existing ones. But yeah, it's just like if you want the base color and all that, world height has to be different because world height isn't just storing 0 to 1 values, it's storing, you know, 0 or negative 2 billion to positive 2 billion. Yeah, it is kind of annoying. I wish they would. I'll talk about it at the end of the thing, but what do you want, Lady Cat? Hmm? Hmm? What? What? What's the matter? What? Why is this not... Do you need something... Oh, you know what it might be? Oh, yeah, you know what it... I'm just dumb. I'm just dumb. Alright, sorry, let's hang out with the cat for a sec. What? What's the matter? You wanna go outside? But it's like... midnight. Usually you go out at 3 o'clock. I'm going out now. You just want... you want attention. Want some armpit action? You want to go outside? Go eat birds. Right, she wants to go eat birds and rats and all that stuff. So I'll be back in 1 sec. Hello, friend. Bye-bye for now. Hello, friend. I want to play Diddy Kong Racing. Any Diddy Kong Racing fans in the chat? Anyway, I have tea. I have tea now. All right, I might do that whole section again because it's like, it's a fucking nightmare. It's just dumb. So let's say we've got this. And we've got none of that. Because I know what's wrong with it now. Because I'm less stupid now that I've, like, thought about it. I'm going to delete this. Force delete. I'm going to go to the runtime volume. It was like number... Yeah. Okay. Okay, so here we have a cliff. And it is sitting on our landscape. You can see there's like a really harsh edge, you know? And like if I was trying to use this as like some like, you know, some texturizing, like I just wanted it like just coming out of the ground like this, you know, like making the ground all rocky, you know, making a desert environment with nanite, because like, you know, nanite is good for deserts, basically. That's about it anyway. You can see that these like sharp edges, they just don't, I just don't vibe with them. Do you know what I'm saying? I just don't vibe with them. They fail the vibe check. So, what we would want to do, if we're using RVTs in general, is firstly we would want to create another RVT volume, which will sit over the top of this one. So this one here is for the color and all that other stuff. Let's just copy, paste, and we're going to make a new runtime virtual texture. Runtime virtual texture. This one's called RVT Video Testo Land Height. And we're going to go into this. And we're going to go to its compression settings, and it's going to be world height. We can probably just lower these settings a bit. It doesn't have to be as high res. Which is probably, I don't know. It would be nice if the height channel was just included inside the other, you know, in like a big combined thinger. Because this is obviously storing multiple textures in the... It's just a pain in the ass because, like, when you sample different runtime virtual textures, it causes additional overhead, but it would be nice if it would just have one uniform, like, virtual texture unpacking algorithm that needs to happen in the shader, and then it could just sample all of the different textures, you know. It's just... I'll talk about it more at the end of the video, but I'd like to see a bit of work done to RVTs on the engine side of things. However, with that out of the way, let's go to our landscape, and we're going to tell it that it is allowed to draw to the RVT Testo, RVT, the fuck did I call it? RVT Video Testo and Height, Land Height. Really struggling. So now the landscape is subscribed to it. It has a volume. Oh no, okay. We need to assign it to its volume. So you can see we've got these two overlapped ones. We need to actually assign it to this volume. You can see now it's having things drawn to it. You can see it's like grayscale, which is like a height map. And now in our cliff, we can begin to work some magic. So let's go into our cliff. We're going to get runtime virtual texture sample. We're going to get the world height, which is a scalar value. We're going to subtract the world position of this material. And then we're going to divide it by a number. This is like our blend, you know, the amount, the blend distance. Sorry. If we go into unlit mode, you can now... Why is this just not... They're all in there. What am I doing wrong? Oh, you know what I'm doing wrong? I, again, for like literally the 5th time this video, forgot to select the thing that we actually want to sample in the material. Happens every time. Okay, now, Eureka. Now you can see that we have black up here, white down here with a gradient of 50 units. However, it's the wrong way around. So let's just flip these bad boys. It's always trial and error when I do this kind of shit. I can never remember what it is. So now we have black here, we have white up there, and it's probably easier if the white is on the bottom value. So we're going to saturate this, and we're going to 1 minus. Saturate is just a cheap clamp. 1 minus is 1 minus the value. It basically just flips 0 to 1 and 1 to 0. So now you can see we have this beautiful mask of white to black. So what can we actually use this for? Well, glad that you asked. We can use this in a lerp. And we're going to lerp between our other runtime virtual texture, which is our color. So color is white. The original color is going to be our black value. Chuck that into the base color. And then for the normals, we are going to get the normals out of here. And we have to convert it from world to tangent space. I'll show you what would happen if we didn't do this in a second. So world to tangent space. And that's going to go into number 1. This goes into blah, blah. Sorry, A and B. My brain's fried. And now you can see that our mesh blends into the landscape quite nicely. If you look over here, it's a bit more, obvious. But and you can see there's no discernible line. And that is because the normals are blending as well. So if we actually look at this, we go to the normal buffer, you can see that on the edge of this cliff, you can see that on the edge of this cliff, like where it meets the landscape, it still has upward-facing normals, which is physically incorrect, but it just makes it blend smoothly, and you don't get, like, weird shading lines. Which is really handy. Let me just have a sip. Now, this is why it's really handy to store the normals in world space, because if we had, if this mountain was like, oh, fuck. If this Oh, wait, no, the normals don't change with scale, do they? Anyway. So, if this mountain was a bit steeper, then the normals are going to, they're going to be pointing in the right direction. It's not just going to be the tangent space normals. So if we had this cliff and it was like, we were like blending it in and like doing all that kind of stuff, then, it would be pretty seamless. You can see when I move it around, you can't really tell where it starts and where it ends. You can also see that down here. Is that the fucking... There we go. It's just kind of appearing out of the dirt. There we go. Now, obviously, you could use, like, some noise to, like, noise this up a bit so it isn't just, like, a smooth transition. If you want to learn how to do that, look at my height lerp video. You can also just adjust, you know, the amount of blend. So you could make this less, or you could make it more, or you could, you know, make it, like, more exponential so that it's more, like, curved. It's, like, stronger here, but then it, like, tapers more or less. Maybe I'd have to do that. I'd want to do that after this one, yeah. To push it down more towards the landscape height, which might give you better results. It really depends on what you're actually using it for. But, yeah, super, super handy technique. Pretty much like... I don't know. This is like one of those must-have techniques that you need to know if you want to do environment art. Is just how to blend stuff in to the landscape nicely, because reasons. I do enjoy reasons. Me too, me too. All right, what's next? Right, okay. So one thing that you might not realize is actually an option, but in the material graph, sorry, let me rephrase it. So one thing that I've come across a lot, you know, as I've been like working on my landscape material. So one thing I've come across a lot while working on my landscape material is that I want some things to draw to the RVT, but I don't want other things to draw to the RVT within the same material. So to control the flow of what does and doesn't get drawn to the RVT, there is actually... Fuck you. There is actually a node called Runtime Virtual Texture Replace. Now, this is a really dumb name, and so this might have, like, gone under everyone's radar. This should really be called Runtime Virtual Texture Switch, which would be, you know, the same as the, you know, feature switch, and the nanite switch, and the scalability switch. Switch. The fuck is it? Quality switch. There we go. The quality switch, which is, you know, out of order. It goes low, then high, then medium. Can someone just, like, fucking fix this? Like, come on. I had to make my own one that just... anyway. Sorry. So, this Runtime Virtual Texture Switch node can be really handy if you are doing things like, you know, landscape and foliage interaction. If you're doing procedural puddles that, like, you know, when it rains, you have, like, an animated kind of thing and, like, puddles form on the landscape. You don't want those puddles going into the virtual texture output, because you'll get that weird shimmering where, like, it will update in a particular state, and all the MIPs will be, you know, out of order with one another, and it's just a complete nightmare. So what you might want to do is, for example, let me actually draw. Let me do a gooder example. Ooh, what's that I hear? Sorry, I'll go back. Nice. Turn it down a tiny bit. Okay, so sorry, let me just finish this one bit, and then we'll get into it. So, for example, let's say I have a texture, and this texture is going into the base color. Let's say I've got like a bunch of other logic, and I want parts of it to be excluded from the runtime virtual texture output. So for example, here, we're doing this. Maybe we're like doing contrast for some reason, and then we're like multiplying it by, shit, I don't know, like a tint. We're tinting it. We're tinting it orange, and then we are, maybe we've got like text coords, and we're like distorting it by, I don't know, some wind turbulence value. I don't fucking know. Who knows what you people are doing? I'm gonna multiply that by a really small number. All right, and then that's gonna go into our base color. It's gonna be like a complete nightmare. I'm also gonna turn this into a plane. I have a... No, just use that one, whatever. Let me just add a value to it. Oh, this looks edgy as. Oh, nice. That's like vintage sepia. All right, all right. So here is our thing. And we want to draw this to our runtime virtual texture. So we're going to say runtime virtual texture, draw to the video testo thing. I'll just put it up a bit so the shadow isn't casting. And at the moment, you can see we've got this, like, you know, orange whatever version, but then getting drawn to the RVT is the original version. So that corresponds to we're doing all this bullshit, but then into the RVT output, we're just doing the original texture. Checks out. However, let's say that we just wanted to exclude some things so that we didn't have to, like... For example, let's say I didn't want to apply the contrast, but I still wanted to do this, and I wanted to do that. So let's just put the contrast up really high, for example. Usually I would need to duplicate everything that I was freaking doing and put it down here, remove the contrast, and do that, then put it into the base color, which we now have our, you know, orange added version, but without the contrast applied. But you can imagine if this was like a landscape material and you've got like heaps and heaps of shader logic, that copy and pasting things is just not really scalable long term, because like if I wanted to like change this color, I'd have to change it in 2 places, which is like super annoying. So what we can do is use the runtime virtual texture replace, aka the runtime virtual texture switch, and say for the default, wherever we want it to branch, we'll say for the default rendering, do the contrast, then multiply by this. But for the virtual texture output, don't do this, and then go into that. And so if we do this now, you'll see that... and then we can just put the same thing from the base color into the base color RVT output. And you'll see that we have the non-contrasted but orange version in the RVT, and then the contrasted version on the actual, in the actual base pass. So this is a really, really handy node to avoid weird artifacts when you've got like materials that are changing state. So like weather effects and seasons changing and all that kind of stuff. But you don't want to like duplicate a bunch of like graph stuff just so it can go out into the RVT. One thing that would be really nice, honestly, would be a runtime virtual texture switch that was like, kind of like the new switch node, where you can like add extra parameters and stuff. It'd be really nice if you could have like a default and then add RVTs that it gets drawn to, and then put it into here so that like different RVTs could grab or could, you know, compile different shaders for, do you know what I mean? Rather than having to like duplicate the mesh and do like a dummy RVT drawer. So you could just do like an all-in-one to multiple different RVTs. But again, that's just a wish. That's just on my million entries long wish list of Unreal Engine features that are never going to be done because they're too focused on nanite and lumen and other, you know, shiny things. But anyway, back on topic. What else? What else do we need to talk about? Javier, hello. Really like your videos, thank you. I appreciate it. Did you get rid of the ultra wide or did you resize Unreal Editor 69 aspect ratio? I've resized my desktop just to record this video. Because I record all my videos just so it's a bit bigger. And whatnot. Have you seen the triplanar version of this so it doesn't stretch? Pretty nifty. I don't know if you could do a triplanar RVT sample. You could definitely do it if the... So, like, for example, if this texture here was deterministic, as in, like, you know, determining, like, a material parameter, and I knew what this was blending into, yeah, you could do, like, triplanar really easily, so it wouldn't stretch and whatnot. But since the texture itself is being rendered from top down, unless you were doing all 3 dimensions of an RVT, I don't think you could... There are ways to, like, make it appear like it's blending using triplanar, but using RVTs, or, like, inheriting the color and normals from the RVTs, probably not. But if you want to link the video, I'd be happy to be proven wrong. I'm always happy to be proven wrong. UE from Wish. Hell yeah. Oh, what did I do? Is there any other RVT stuff I need to, like, talk about? RVT's nuts. I laughed as well. You are not the only one. What's something else about RVTs that... Top 10 things you need to know about runtime virtual textures in Unreal Engine 5.5. You always got to put the latest engine version in the title. Even though, like, fucking literally nothing's changed since Unreal 5.0. Massive, huge nanite boost, 1 million scaly meshes on screen at once, Unreal Engine 5.5.4.3.1. True. Will the Ruby be included in Prismatiscape? Yes. There's been a few questions about Prismatiscape in this stream, about the hash grid and the river stuff. I will get around to it, but I kind of just want to get stuck back into, like, doing videos and streaming and all that kind of stuff, because I've just been, like... I've just been bitching out, you know what I mean? AKA recovering from burnout. Recovering from burnout? Huh, more like being a little bitch, you know what I'm saying? So fucking toxic. Why are you so toxic? 75 will make your game more virtual. It'll make it more virtual and more runtime, and also more textured. Alright, so what have I covered? I've covered what an RVT is. I've covered how they update. I've covered what not to do with an RVT. I've covered that you can use multiple RVT volumes at once with no real additional performance cost. Oh, you use well high offset to squish. Yeah, that is actually in a video. But yeah, that is another use case for RVTs. Let me see if I can find that. I can probably just harvest footage from that that video. Now, one thing to note, when you're using, like, landscape height and whatnot, you may potentially, possibly, figuratively, hypothetically, want multiple landscape height RVTs. So, in my case, I have one for the landscape, as in, like, the actual landscape, you know, mesh thing, which is used for blending things into the landscape, funnily enough. But then I have another one, which is called the interaction height, which the landscape does draw to, but then other things draw on top of it. So, for example, this cliff would be drawing to the interaction height, you know, RVT, and the landscape would be drawing to the landscape height and the interaction height RVT. Now, the reason for that is because you might have effects such as... Let me just fucking go to Prismatic. I've just got to shill the plugin. You know, that's what my life is now. Now, the reason for that is that you might be using a plugin such as Prismatiscape that needs RVT height data to actually like do its interactions and stuff. And you can see that. Sorry, let me go to like a place. And you can see that even though my landscape is down here, my interaction height is on top of, you know, some other objects. And so this is like what the player can walk on and what would be expected to be interactive. This also applies if you're doing any like well-positioned offset effects with do I have the squishy tree? You know, I'll have to just get the footage from the other video. But I'll do the voice anyway for it. This also applies if you've seen my squishing trees. This also applies if you're doing things like using WPO stickers, which I cover in a video, which I'll show some footage of here, but you can just look up WPO stickers in Unreal, where essentially you want things to adhere to the ground, and that is like, you know, what the player perceives as the ground, not just the landscape that, you know, props are put on top of. You want it to interact with, you know, the rocks and, you know, logs and all that kind of stuff that would be on top of the landscape. So that's why it can be handy to have multiple height channels. So in my project, I've got... So in... Let me just find somewhere nice. So in my project, I've got multiple heights, that being the landscape height, the interaction height, and then also the water height. And just knowing, you know, those three height values in a shader can, you know, allow you to do some pretty crazy effects, as well as things like, you know, particle collisions, and like you can make it look like particles are floating on top of water, you know, even if the water's like jiggling and stuff, because we know the actual height of the water and all that kind of stuff. So RVTs are quite poggers, as the kids say. What am I saying? I'm basically a kid, you know. I'm basically still a kid. I'm only 30. Basically dead already. Yeah, any other 30 pluses in the chat? Any other senior citizens in the chat? I'm dead already as well. Backs away slowly. 32 reporting in from I want to die, please. Yeah, we are kind of all boomers. We're all game dev boomers. Only 28. Jeez, you've got so long left. You're lucky. 31 next month? You know what we should do? I don't know yet. I probably shouldn't say that on Twitch. It has real Prismaticult vibes. I never say anything like questionable on stream. You know, never ever. All right. What else? RVT. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know. Ah, oh, not plus. Okay. Other uses for RVTs. Other uses for RVTs is like coloring the. Pardon me. Other uses for RVTs. Other uses of RVTs are things like having things inherit the color from underneath them, which I have, I think it was my very first YouTube video about coloring stylized grass. That uses an RVT to, you know, color the grass based on the landscape. As well as you can do things like draw biomes into RVTs, which I do in another video about... which I do in another video. I'll show some footage here if I can find it or whatever. Fuck, pathways and roads. Fuck. All right. Let me just... Let me run an ad real quick. I need to pee because I'm just drinking so much tea and stuff. Ooh. 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 You poisoned it? No, I'm on fire. Ooh. Ooh. Overdose tea. Yeah, I drank nettle tea. No, I touched the nettles in Edgeville. Ooh. Ooh. Homer. Homie. Homer. Sorry, I need to stop doing that. Nettle tea. Nettle tea is actually quite good. I use nettles a lot in, like, cooking and stuff. Literally, once nettles are, like, past 50 degrees Celsius, the toxin just gets neutralized and the little barbs just soften. So, literally, like, you blanch nettles and they literally become free spinach. It's like a life hack. So uncultured. You'd probably get nettles a lot in New Zealand, I think, Jed. Aussie nettles feel like they'd be built different. Let me look up Australian stinging nettles. I'm pretty sure they're like the same. Stinging nettles, plants that are commonly regarded as weeds in Australia. Stinging nettles are often found in damp areas. They grow about 1 meter high. Leaves are positioned opposite each other on the stem. Added to, yeah, nettle pizza. Fuck yeah. Nettles are high nutrients such as iron, magnesium, and nitrogen. If you get them out before they set seed, they can be added to compost or dug in as a green manure crop. But yeah, you can literally just... I've made, like, soup. Like, potato and nettle soup. Which is, like, hella good. Just, like, baked nettles. Like, nettle chips. Kind of like how you do kale chips. So you, like, salt and oil them, and then you, like, fry them up, and they're just so fucking good. Usually run away from them? Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just, like... It's a little bit of a pain in the ass to process them, because you have to obviously wear gloves to pick them and then strip them. Like, you know. But... yeah. Once you get past that, it's just literally like... Like, spinach is fucking like $5 for a bag, you know? And kale is like $3.90 a bunch. Which is like... It's fine. But like, if you're doing something that's really like green heavy, like a soup, like a spinach soup, you may as well just use nettles, because it's literally like free. And they're fucking everywhere. I was meant to have used needles as their stingers. True. Just use the nettles stuck to your shins. There you go. Seeds are super healthy, dude. I haven't had the seeds. I have seen, like, flowering ones before, but... I don't think you're supposed to, like, eat the leaves. Or, like, you can't really cook the stems down once they've gone to seed. Something like that. Who knows? Who knows? Mum makes a mean nettle soup, not gonna lie. Hell yeah. Yeah, nettle soup. Maybe we should do a fucking Prismatica cooking side channel, you know? Or just, like, do some cooking streams every now and then. Although I don't know how I'd set up my camera and everything out in the kitchen. I don't know. QuestDev, hello, hello. Happy to catch you live. Thanks for all you do, taking just scrubs how to make it less painful. No worries. No worries at all. I'm happy to hear that your game dev journey is less painful. There will only be more pain. Trust me. It only gets worse from here. Right. Oh, roads. Oh, all right, let's jump back. All right. You come with recipes for the game and teach people how to cook them IRL. That is actually a really good idea. That's a very good idea. Did already go over this stuff. Yeah. I might just like gloss over it a bit. Because I just wanted to talk about the ordering stuff. So, yeah. All right, and the last little example that we're going to go over is drawing like roads and other kind of like stamps to an RVT. So this is provided that your landscape is sampling an RVT, or you could use like a dedicated. You could use like a dedicated RVT to just, you know, roads and paths and like kind of like decals, but they're cheaper. So how we'd want to go about this is, in this case, we're just going to get a runtime virtual texture output. We're going to get like a texture. Oh, fuck you. We're just going to get a texture sample. We're going to get a like a brick. Stone, brick, I don't know, fucking, stone path, irregular. We're going to unpack the normals because that's something that I have to do in my project specifically. We are going to use the height. So I've got a height map stored in here. Oops, sorry, in here. We're going to use the height and an radial gradient exponential. So we're just going to put this straight into the normals. And we're also just going to, let's just put a color in. Why not? You know, we'll put in multiple colors. Why not? We'll use the color mask that I've got in here. We'll do lerp. And we'll lerp between two different stone colors, I guess. I don't fucking know. How do roads work? Do like it can be like a clay road. Clay road in this clearly like bluestone, limestone area. Whatever. That's going to go into the base color. Normals go into the normals. And then we're going to use the height map. Fuck, I have to fucking height lerp. We're going to get the texture, subtract 1, this, multiplied by 2, add them together, bam, bam, apply some contrast, just regular contrast, you dickbag. Contrast, contrast, contrast. That's going to go into our opacity. And now, if we go and tell this plane to draw to runtime virtual texture, we're going to draw this to this one. And you can see that if I make this bigger, really shitty example on the colors there. And just for the, yeah, whatever. And then what I will do is I'll put the contrast up. We'll put that up to like, I don't know, fucking 12 or something. I'm going to change the colors of these just so they're more visible. It's going to be a green path. Green and blue. Okay, there you go. And now you can see we have this, you know, this kind of pathway stamped onto our schmoobly doobly. And if we like put more there, you know, they're going to blend nicely and whatever. Now, one thing that you will run into, and this is kind of the reason that I'm going over this explanation, is sometimes you'll want some things to draw over the top of other things. So, for example, if you're drawing roads and stuff, you always want them to be drawn after the landscape. And the way that we do that is extremely unintuitive. It's by using the translucency sort priority. Why there isn't a runtime virtual texture sort priority, I don't fucking know. Just this is just how it is. It's, you know, just Unreal things. So if I put the landscape at number 10, then, you know, it's going to be drawn, you know, at the 10th priority. These are, everything's set to 0 by default. So if I then set this to 7, it's not going to draw. But if I set it to 11, then it will draw. If I set it to 10, then it's kind of just chance. It might know which was placed, you know, in the editor first, but sometimes you don't want to take your chances. One of the things I'll do first is set my landscape to -1. Just so everything draws on top of it. And then if I'm doing anything kind of advanced where I need like a default RVT color, what I'll do is and then what I'll do if I'm using like some RVTs for really niche weird things, for example, drawing the river velocity to a color RVT, because, you know, velocities and directions have positive and negative. We have to do, you know, left and right and up and down. What I need is for the default color to be 0.5, and you can't just do that in a runtime virtual texture for some reason, again, another thing that they should bloody add to friggin' RVTs is a default, default color or a default value. But what I will do is just get a plane and make it really fucking big and put it really, wherever it needs to go, or just disable it in the main pass. And then I'll have it set to negative, 1 billion, just a really low negative number, so that it's always drawn first. And that will essentially set up like a canvas for me to then, draw all of these velocities to, using, like the opacity fall off and that kind of thing. So a few little hacks there that you may find handy. Yeah. So that would also come in handy if you wanted to do something like an RVT, for like foliage lushness, for example. You might want the RVT to start at 0.5, and then as it moves down to 0, things become, dry and dead and barren. And as it moves up to 1, they become like lush and green and all that kind of stuff. If you have effects that you want the default to be in the middle and affects either side of that, just to obviously things can't be lush and dead at the same time, so you may as well pack it into one channel doing that. But yeah, that... oh, fuck, pardon me. Big burp. But that about wraps it up for this little introductory video to runtime virtual textures. Sorry, it's been a bit of a long one, but there's just a lot of use cases and a lot of technical mumbo jumbo that sort of needs to be explained with runtime virtual textures. Keep in mind there are a million other things you can do with RVTs that I haven't really gone over in this video, but hopefully this little introduction has given you a starting point, and you can start juicing your own ideas around in your own head. So as always, thank you very much for watching. If you did enjoy the video, make sure that you subscribe to the channel for more. Hopefully I'll be uploading a bit more regularly. If you do want to watch any of the things I do live on stream, you can check me out on Twitch at PrismaticaDev, twitch.prismaticadev, fucking, I don't know, look up PrismaticaDev on the thing. And if you do want to support monetarily, you can do so for as little as $1 per month through the Patreon, which is linked in the description. So thank you very much to all of the patrons. You guys are absolutely fantastic. I really appreciate it. And with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. Bam. Also, I need to do another little insert. Now, if you do want to learn more about drawing roads and stuff to RVTs, I do actually... Neon, you just interrupted the Also, I'm not actually going, by the way. That was just for the video, the recording. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Very, very appreciated. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. Let me just record one. Just don't interrupt. 1 second. If you do want a more in-depth video about drawing roads and other details to your landscapes and your levels and stuff, I do have 2 videos called RVT Roads and Paths, and another one called Circular Town Center or something, and they both use RVT stamps, and I go into a little bit more depth on how you can actually make it look good. So check those videos out. There you go. What a great take. What a little voiceover. Right, what... Is that all the stuff I needed to film for that video? Probably. If there's anything else, I guess I'll just film inserts and whatnot. Can always fix it in post. I can delete all that shite. Let me just save all... Is there like another... No, that's it. Alright, let me just change my monitor back to widescreen. And then we can go to this one. There we go. Another command. I don't think I have a follow age command on the bot. What do I use? Nightbot, I think. This is my RVT explanation. Alright, what do? As you can see, animated textures like particular rain ripples need to sample it after RVT pass, just edge case. Yeah, I did. I covered that earlier when filming using like a panning texture, and also about material collection parameters. No, material parameter collections don't. They don't dirty the RVT. So like there's like a weird artifact where like if you change a material parameter collection, let's say you've got like a wetness value that changes everything to be darker, it won't actually update on the RVT until something else updates that tile by like moving or changing a material parameter. But then it will only update that tile to be the new color. So it's... Yeah, I go over like a few like pain points that people usually run into. Calculate on mobile. I can probably look it up. The time. I don't know. Any free as a zoo driver go over? That's a good point. I have actually been doing a bit of. I've been doing a bit of blendering the past like couple of weeks, just like doing some clothing and whatnot. Basically just like Topology and like, you know, what's it called? I've just been like, it sounds dumb, but I've been hand decimating everything. Just to make sure the topology doesn't suck ass. And all that kind of good stuff. It doesn't take too long. And then obviously, because they need to be fitted to our character anyway. So yeah, I've got like all this stuff, which is all done, except for these, but whatever. And then that was from one. This was from the free packs last month? I can't remember. Then there's these bits of like armor and pants and stuff. And then there is this skeleton knight. Like a skeleton knight pack. Which I have just been chipping away at. Just like heaps of shit. I just like having one chains and rags and stuff. Interesting. That could be pretty handy. So the therapeutic area is extremely large and daunting task. Yeah, it's you know what? Let's just fucking do... Oh, wrong button. How do I want to select inverse and hide. Yeah, it's a little bit of a dick pain. The only thing that's really annoying is that you can't just get the quadded version of the mesh. Let me see. Can you export export pre-triangulation? Probably not from an asset pack. This is like one thing I hate about it having to go through, like, you know, the marketplace, or now the fucking fab plugin, or whatever the fuck they're doing. Like, I just get cliff mesh. And I go export, and I go here, and we say, this hello, these are collision, static mesh. Yeah, there's nothing about no triangulation. Doesn't try to quadrant. So, it does, but if I go to face, tries to quads, it's not perfect, especially like on more complex stuff. So I can just like force it to be quads, but you'll see that there are some errors where it will like skip over like some loops. I mean, this one's not too bad. There's like a few bits here that I can just dissolve manually. What the fuck it's trying to do. Okay, this is an example, right? So this here should probably be this. And then that to there. And then that should probably be like that. And then this is an intersecting point. This one should be going like this. And then that should be like that. And now we've got better topology and whatever. But yeah, there's like a little bit of manual fixing, but it's not too bad, honestly. And like, I'm not too fussed about it. Because, you know, top-down game. Like, this is about as much as we're going to see most of the time, like, during a fight. It'll obviously zoom in other places, but yeah. So that's where I made it at FPS, so it's probably trash from the beginning. Yeah. And because, like, you can't get the original FBX from the asset packs. That's, like, my main gripe with having it all, you know, like, hard-coded into the marketplace, is that it's, like... Like, I guess they do it to sort of stop... Well, no, because you can use them all in other engines if you buy them. Like, I don't understand what the point of it is. Like, why not have the option to import it into the engine, into the project directly, or the source files as FBXs? Like, that would be 1,000,000 times easier. Is that? That is non-color. Anyway, I really need to pee again, so apologies. Hello, I'm back. Oop, wrong scene. There we go. What's a bit of seeming loops for UV and most of the time it's unwrapped. Anyhow, it would be nice to have those loops back to reduce large. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, even just like making changes to like the shape and stuff. You know, obviously you can just do that. Like, you know, if my character's head was like too big or whatever, then it would just be nice. As well as, I think another thing that would be really good is if you didn't have to fucking download a bunch of 4K textures for, like, you know, low poly grass. Or, like, just real dumb shit like that. Because, like, with Quixel, you could choose what texture resolution to download with the asset, you know? Where's the actual seam here? That is separated, isn't it? Yeah, nice. Oh god, don't tell me. Oh no, it's only solidified. There, which is good. What are you doing, brother? Right, because it's merged. Alright, well, let's just go and do a little bit of decimation. We do a little decimation. Yeah. I can probably... This one is kind of low poly enough for what it is, aside from, like, around here. So that's our center line. We'll just take every second. Oh, it's got inserts. We can yeet them. That isn't going down. Ah, because it's not. Can I merge by distance? Sharp edges. Get rid of these inserts. You can move over to compensate. Get rid of you and you. You're kind of doing geometry, so you can live. You can die. Yep. Right around this side, you can die. No, actually, I'll keep the back. You can just move over, though. This is essentially a zip bomb to Unreal Project AK texture on a fern with 4 materials. yeah, literally. Like, I don't know. I haven't actually checked out Fab or, like, used it yet. But I can see it in my head that it's just going to be a fucking another... It's just going to be, like, a more broken Unreal Marketplace to begin with, you know? I can sense it with my Unreal Dev sense. You go all the way up there, don't you? Let me yeet you. Oh, what the fuck happened here? No, you bitch! Alright, we're back. Everything's fine. Is it 100%? Yeah. What the fuck is this doing, bro? Get out of here. Yeah, I just need to be on a lookout for, like, the actual seams. If I did, in theory, go up to here every second, what's that going to look like? It's honestly not bad. Because these aren't really contributing to the silhouette very much. You know what? Fuck it. Get yeeted. Maybe I'll keep that one. The rest can fug off. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe keep one and spread the other two out. So this one. Oh. Moves over. I do like need to keep some density. Because there's a lot of like procedural horse shit that gets done at the vertex stage. I was actually thinking I might try this on stream. There is a thing that I've been thinking about. You know how like you think about things sometimes? You know how some people think? Well, I happen to be one of them. You can just go there, fuck it. Who needs loops anyway? That is overkill as fuck. Thank you. You can probably die. Yeah, I'll keep you. Alright, up here is a nightmare. I'll just get rid of every second. That's fine. Oh, that gets... Oh, you know what? You can just pull back. Yeah. Hero, how's it going? Using UE Scaly. Sort of, but not really. It's a variation of it that has a lot of extra binds. And no, like, none of those stupid AK binds. Clear that sharp, thank you. Alright, this and that can die. Very good. This is literally doing nothing, so you... Oh god, that goes... Yeah, fuck it. Get out of here. Except that. Fucking seam shit. Alright, you can just stay. You here can... I don't really need to move up the back, so you can maintain density. Very nice. You need to go this way. Yeah. This bit here is a little bit fucked, so I'm gonna do you there and there, and then there and there, and then dissolve you. So that vert stays in place. Just get triangulated. Too many verts across this way. Yep. Too many this way. That's decent. Here's another weird, you can see this is like a weird triangle to thingo topology error. That should have been like this. But, yeah. This isn't needed. At all. This probably isn't needed. No. So now we're nearly at like good density. Get rid of these. Yeah. Can do that, but pull this up. And then get rid of this insert. Oh god, what the fuck is this shit? Who needs this much fucking detail, brother? Kill that one. I can't see anything right now. This could... no, I like that. This can... No, do it without sharps. There we go. Then you can go up. Very good. Alright, any other problem points? I mean, none of it's really, like, problem, but, like... Sometimes, like, here, there's just too much shit everywhere. That's fine, honestly. This one isn't really needed, but I do need it to just maintain density, you know? Because, yeah, density is important because for... Oh, that's a bit dense. No, actually, that's fine. It's these inserts that are killing me. Alright, and then lastly, down here, we've just got more fucking splits. Splits, give me the shits. More here. You can die, you can die. This is probably not necessary. No, you know, it flattens out that fold. You know what would be really cool? If someone trained an AI to read topologize and create LODs and stuff, you know? Actually, I was thinking... let me just go to my thingo. Having tried the quads okay? Yeah. Everything gets triangulated as soon as you import it into the engine. Quads is just a lot easier to work with in, you know, in Blender or in whatever program you're using, modeling program. But yeah, you don't need tris or quads by any means. Don't use AI name around these files. Yeah, you know. If you're worried about your job being taken by AI, I only have 2 words for you. Get and gooder. So toxic. So is there a no face game? No. No, I decided faces are a thing now. Just because I wanted to learn about faces, you know. Alright, I wanted to go to this. I wanted to actually see if they have LODs in some of these packs. Because I could have saved myself like 5 hours if they are, but they're probably like too... I don't know, where's like Skeleton Knight? nicht, as they would say in Old English. Blah blah blah. Armor. Torso. Hello. Let's see the wireframe. And then, do we have LODs? No. Okay. Thank fuck. That would... Wait, number of LODs... Yeah, okay, there is only an LOD 0. So there's no LODs. What about the, like, mercenary? Pack. Where were you at? Meshes. Human. Mercenary. Modular bits. Do you have... You have no LODs. Okay. Of course asset creators wouldn't hand make LODs. Of course they would. Why the fuck would you do that? That's dumb. Dumb shit. I mean, to be fair, the LOD creator is, like, pretty decent in Unreal. Anyway, that looks pretty good. It's not... Oh, God, you fucking dog. No. There we go. Hide those texture seams. That's... Yeah, I did that. Also need to fit this to the character. Let's just buff you out a tiny bit. Yeah. I think it's actually... I did move it slightly off to that side, but... Yeah, whatever. Blue line seams. They're sharps. Which is kind of like a seam, but... for sharp, like, normal edges. Yeah, it is a little bit. Let me just pull this out. Oh. Thanks. Like that. Easy. Yeah, they're not actually supposed to be there. It's just that when I... So, a thing about exporting meshes from Unreal, or from any engine probably, is if there are sharp edges, on import, they'll be like separate... They'll be like separate, like, islands. Like, the faces will be separated. So, like, you'd be able to pull this up, and it wouldn't bring this face with it. It would just be a kind of separate mesh. So you need to do a merge by distance. But then when you merge by distance, you can say sharp edges. And I just do that so that, well, there were sharp edges there to begin with, but also just to, like, notify me where there are, like, seams, essentially. Unwelded. Yeah, that's the word. It looks decent. I might, like, just exaggerate some of these folds slightly so they're a bit more visible from further away. You need smart. Yeah. Yeah, this is an asset. Yeah. But I'll be going through and, like, prismatifying them, essentially. Well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing. But... The other thing I want to do is... get the thickness and just bring it in a tiny bit so it looks thicker. Just go down and then in. Why are you going? Bounding box. Ah, right. Now it's fine. Okay, maybe not that much. Just a tiny bit. Yeah, maybe. Cool, cool. There we go. That's another one done. Some pants. What are these, though? They look like... Is this easier? Like, honestly, you know, I could model this and whatever, and it's like, who fucking cares? But, like, these are already textured, and they've got, like, all the cloth folds and that kind of shit, so it's just like, why not? Like, what's the... Like, this will take me half a second to, you know, fix up a few buggy bits. Cool. There's one there. And one here. Alright, now we're in Quadland. That's just, yeah, forced triangulation. A little bit of fuckery here. It's a bit fucked down here. This is a split, it looks. Oh, no, this is just a twist. Untwist that, there we go. Easy, good to go. Aside from that. And then the butthole, I'll probably just add an extra bit in. Sweet. Is the gooch triangulated? Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I see. There. Wait, no. What the fuck have you done? No, that's a quad. This is a... This is a quad. That's a quad, 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 quad. That should loop. What the fuck have you done? Huh? Wait, why are you not... Oh, because the mesh boundaries. There we go. Yeah. Classical. Alright. Merge by... No, without the shafts. Fuck. No shaft. Wait, where else was that? Yeah, fuck you. Just merge them. Alright, now that should, yeah, be a completed loop. Nice. And then we grab Character Man. We can just expand these. I'm only like doing a rough fit because the character is still slightly under construction. The other thing about these assets in particular is that they're not mirrored, like they're asymmetrical, which is good because, you know, it's like more realistic. But it also just makes, you know, doing some things a bit harder. That's not what I was looking for. Yeah, this is like my therapeutic, like, this is what I do when I'm stressed, but I still want to be productive. I just do topology and other bullshit, you know? You know what I could do? Oh, no, that would get rid of the folds. I was going to say I could shrink wrap it, but yeah, that would get rid of all the fold geometry and whatnot, which wouldn't really be ideal. Good man, get some shut eye. Thanks for info. You know what I'll be getting up to later this week? Hell yeah. RVT gang. Rise up. RVT gang rhizome. I don't even know what a rhizome is. More clipping, fixing. This bit. Forward and sideways. And then you can just expand down. There you go. Oh, and then this needs a bit of love. This never ends. And then this bit needs a tiny bit out. Alright, cool. And then, let me see. Oops. No, fuck you, dog. This. Pretty much want the topology to, like, match the character. For reasons. This is actually pretty good. I can't really see the legs, can I? Well, until I go down here. Okay, you know what? No, it's probably fine. I might just leave it at that. Definitely up this way, it doesn't need as many. I'll leave one for the cuff. Kill that one. The knees are here. Which do... Well, that's denser. Why is there like an extra loop in that one specifically? It doesn't need to be there. So keep density at the knees. Then yeet them off as I please. I do that and then adjust you down. You down. So do them in like thirds. These folds are a bit extreme, aren't they? And then up here, probably don't need this. And we'll move that up, and then the joints here can get good density. Just move the crotch out slightly. Cool. And then I would love to put a little edge on this. Maybe not that far. And another one here. Chuck it there. Do this. Chuck it in. Go up. And then same here, where it would be more noticeable if a character didn't have a shirt on. Oh. Cool. Chuck sharps on all of them. Mark sharp. Face area. Bam. Pants. Cool pants, man. They call me Pants Man. Because I wear pants. You know what I'm saying? Any pants wearers in the chat? That's still all... Yeah. Cool. So yeah, this is what I do when I'm not like not feeling 100 emoji. Alright, maybe I'll just move them forward. Yeah, I think this one. Yeah, and then the other thing I'd need to do, which is kind of annoying, but like, you know, it's got to be done, is aside from these weird glitch fix-ups. Yeah, whatever. Who's gonna fucking notice? Assuming this measure was once quadded, then must be able to write a plugin that defines transparent level lines back to quads. Well, yeah, Blender can do that, but quads can have angles. or like internal angles, you know. It's like, for example, this quad here, Blender still renders it as 2 triangles, you know. So like you can see here, there, it's still got an edge here, which is like, if I triangulate it by adding that edge in, it doesn't change anything. However, if I did it the other way, then you'll see the geometry actually change like that. So I think the default triangulation method is closest distance or something. But yeah. But sometimes I just keep triangles in there to like force the so that like if I wanted this one to be like this, if I wanted it shaped like that in Unreal, I'd need to like specify that by triangulating it before it gets imported. Otherwise it might be imported as the other way. It's a bit of a fuckfest, but you know. Oh, what the hell happened to the gooch? I need to unfuck it. Oh god. Terrifying. You need to go back out that way. And then go up. I think that's fine now. Yeah. Spread that gooch out. What? Huh? Huh? Guys, grow up. This is topology we're talking about. This ain't no laughing matter. This is not the right time to be making jokes about gooches. Twitch TOS with PDIs. Fuck the Twitch TOS. Don't you know who I am? Don't you Twitch people know who I am? I'm fucking PrismaticaDev. The YouTube Unreal sensation. Etc. You know what I mean? TOS can smooch my gooch. Nice. I like that. Smooch my gooch. Cool pants. What else was there? Gloves. What are these gloves? They're like weird. Is that leather? Bound by rope? It looks like leather. Fucking hate doing the gloves. Look at all this fucking topology. Like, look at the gloves, and then look at the character's hands. Gloves. Character's hands. So yeah, I might hold off on the gloves. The shoes are usually fine. I think I did these ones. They're nice. I think I've done all of the, yeah. The doodads. I've done like these. Arming. Fuck, what do you call it? Arming cap. I've done these pants. Which have like these little knee pads on them. Kind of cool, you know? That's literally just arms, which is not really useful, so that won't be getting done. Rectangular sausages, yeah. Ah, okay. This is... let me just... feel like this bit... is already in another one? So no, this is a different variation. Yeah. I swear there's one that's just like this. No, not that one. Oh. Sugar modify can help with gloves. Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily the positioning. It's more just the doing the decimation of them. Just so they're lower poly. And so they, like, don't clip. There's shoulder. So that is different. This one is... it's different enough. Yeah. I think they all are different. Hold on, 04, 05, and then 06 doesn't have shoulder armor, and then 07 also doesn't have shoulders. There you go. Easy. I was also thinking it'd be pretty easy to just put like a leather texture over some of these and bake them again for like a kind of, you know, like a boiled leather plating kind of doodad. Is a clothing area has the correct proportions, we'll need to quantify. Oh, the proportions are easy to change. Like, you know. In fact, I actually, for most of these, I had the skeleton that these were bound to, and then I posed that skeleton into the base pose of this skeleton and adjusted, like, the arm lengths and stuff, so that these were just already pretty much good to go pose-wise, which I thought was kind of big brain. But then it's more just like the vertex density that I want to, you know, just take down a notch. Because it's just fucked. And then also like little things like exaggerating, you know, like for example, these flares at the end. I'd want to like exaggerate them a bit more so they like come across from a distance. So it's just like, it's like little touch-up stuff that, you know, it's not like important, but I don't know. I just do it anyway, just for a bit of fun. And then I get fucking bullshit like this. No, I said J. Put them on the bees in case you want to touch them up later. No. Yeah. Also for things like doing all of the blend shapes for like, you know, fat characters, muscular characters, all that kind of stuff. I could do it with triangles, but, you know, you can't select loops with triangles because it doesn't know which is the, you know. So, like, if I wanted to be like, okay, this character's, like, muscly, so I want to, like, grab this loop and just, like, you know, push this up slightly for, like, a character with bigger shoulders, it would just be a big pain in the ass if it was triangulated. Because I wouldn't be able to, like, select that loop. So I need to pee again. BRB. Oops, I'm muted. Sorry, I was just rambling to myself. But it's kind of workflow is one of the hardest things for me. I have to see more workflow videos from you. Probably it's always evolving. Yeah, it's like... That's a thing, right? Is that, like, marketplace assets are sort of... I don't know, not super usable just, like, as is. Depending on, like, the project, obviously. But it obviously still, like, even though I'm doing this and it takes, like, hours to do a whole batch of them, it's, you know, what's, like, 10 hours compared to fucking however many it would take to do it from scratch, you know? I actually want to only keep this and that. And this. And that. And then all this. just... how the fuck can I... Okay, you know what? Let me just... hide that. Also, are these... These are just mirrored, aren't they? I wonder if they share... a UV position? It looks like they do. Okay, so I can just, like, yeet one half of it. Yeah, why was I doing both? Which one's the right? The left one. I think I like working on the left one. Right, there we go. And then I wanted to get this, hide, get this, that, this, and that. Get the edge, paint the top of it. Select inverse, and actually maybe I'll keep this one just because it flares up quite a bit. Fucking dog. Might have to fucking... You know, I'll just